Okay. We are live on YouTube and live on Algora. Let's go look at the site that we're building. Right, so that server's down. We added case. That was the thing we did before leaving. I do stream a lot to that website, don't I? Like, hold on. If we look at the front page, do I take up most of the space? Hey, front page. No big deal. Damn. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, so maybe maybe I should dial it back. Wear the yellow beanie less? I do wear the yellow beanie a lot, huh? Yeah, that's funny. Oh, and a month ago when I was away, right? So there was a gap of not me. Yeah, that's funny, actually. Oh, I don't wear the green beanies enough. All right. Yeah, that's funny. All right, so this is what we end up getting. Right, and yeah, we're going to be doing a current character page, which is currently a 404, right? Oh, totally broken, actually. Because we did end up needing case. So, we want to do case dot... No? Oh, that's right. Right, because case is a protected keyword. All right, so we do case.kebab, and that makes the link lowercase. thing I think I want to do, though, is... let's do a background, right? So hover, BG, let's just make it, I don't know, Slate 400 for now. Border, LG, not border, I wanted rounded LG. Let's just do something so that we can see it. All right, so we're not getting that. Oh, and, right, because we have two. Oops. Yeah, the second one gets dropped. Okay, perfect. So then from here, let's make that like 100. What I'm thinking is do something like this. Get to, right? Space them out a bit. Do we want to do it with the image moving? I think we actually just want to do it the other way. So now we don't actually need the group. We'll do a group just in case. All right, so now we're just moving this. Ooh, I kind of like that. Yeah, that looks all right. Oh, and that's wrong. Oh, and I did normal. Oops. There we go. I think it's justify evenly. Sure. Yeah, I think that helps. I think we're pretty good there. Alright, so now back to these parts. Let's go look at our individually created thing here. Yeah, we got entry dot something. We want to bring in case. Now here's the thing. Are we going to have so many characters where this is even going to matter? I don't think we are. Yeah, no worries, FD. Thank you for the lurk. Welcome. Oh, and static paths has to be done that way. That's how they see that, right? So I think that part's good. Let's just try this. Current character dot. Oh, what part is that? I think that's the part we care about. Yeah, so expected name to be a string. Let's double check their docs on the content collection stuff. I think I'm missing something. Oh. Right, so it resolves that part for us. So we get that no matter what we do. Okay. Characters. Name. Yeah, so I'm doing something wrong with it. Blood gets mentioned a lot. Yeah, that part looks okay to me. Oh, I see. That was the issue. We needed the ...
John Bag.
Or not. What am I forgetting about this? We see posts. Slug.astro. Oh, so I think we're getting a 404 because that collection is not mapped properly. Yeah, I think that's a big part. Oh, but maybe instead of ... name, right, this becomes slug. Wondering if after renaming all that, do I need to like restart the service? Oh, okay. So we got there. Got it. Okay. So yeah, just couldn't find it. Oh, it really doesn't want to resolve the lowercase. Oh, okay. It was just auto-completing us. I was missing that part. Alright, yeah, alright. Okay, so... we still want the main layout. Does Estro give us a good way of avoiding, like, this junk? Right, so we just got to do it there. I'm okay with it. As long as it works. So compiler options, base URL. That should be good. So it complains. I think that's just a VS Code problem. Yeah. All right. Cool. And realistically, yeah, we could update VS Code. That would probably solve a large portion of the problem. Let me double check on Word. And let's pour a beverage. Let's make it happen. Four Roses single barrel. Pacing ourselves because I do have, I think, some video recording to do tonight. I need to get some stuff recorded before I head to Chain React. That way I can edit while I'm at Chain React. Oh, interesting that... Yeah, these types don't get resolved automatically. Huh. Oh, and that's it, right? Yeah, so never mind. We end up doing this. Yep, character Hubert. All right, and the class we want for that. So I don't necessarily want to have to go through the process of creating a whole component just for something like reusing the classes for an H1. But maybe that's the right way to go. My other instinct was to create like just a TypeScript file that exports strings for some of these like commonly used class names. And S3 pair. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Ooh, yeah, but this is definitely an H1 for this page. And H1s are getting styled differently. Let me double check my layout. This should probably not be an H1. Means I need to... Okay, now so we're good there. There we go. Oh, right. But I want to flip that around. We want it to be our font color until you hover it. And that's what the H1 had on in here somewhere, right? That's right. I think we can do this. Right, so if we do that, heading color is what we're looking for there. I think that'll end up working. Wasabi, are you back to trolling again? Okay. But you keep typing it. Oh, so you're still able to, like, hit the switch. Right, gotcha. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like we can use CSS variables directly. And what up, Shreyas? How you doing? That was a fun tweet, right? Yeah, that was a fun tweet. I know, right? Yeah, that drug is programming, man. Alright, so if we can't use these colors there, we just have to define them over in our Tailwind. Yep. That is power mode. It's pretty... Oh, really? Oh, well, I want to try that at least. But I want to use it in Tailwind. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to work, because I want it as, like, a Tailwind class. Yeah, no worries, Flawless. No, that was definitely worth, like, thinking about. Took me a second, though. No, I'm not using Bitmap. And what up, Thamby? How you doing? Oh, and I may want to double check that these breakpoints actually line up with what Tailwind does by default. Why the wide cursor? Why not? Wasabi, again, like, you seem really trolly sometimes, man. Take 10 minutes and think about it. That's not the vibe we're looking for here, dude. Yeah, don't engage the troll. Just ignore that troll. Hey, what's up, Dr. Caxter? Oh, they deserved it. So yeah, I think we do have to just do this part. Now, this might be where we could do the var part, right? Yeah, let's just do that for now. Yeah, I think it's like a combo meter. Yeah, no. So it looks like we can't do that unless I need to just restart. Just in case, like the Tailwind config requires a restart, maybe? Nope. I think it's fine. It pasted. It's fine. When was that from? Was that from today? We do flawless, but just remember, we want to do it as Tailwind. So the big thing is we're taking some boilerplate CSS from my personal website, which is not an Astro site, and I don't even think I'm using Tailwind with it. We might be, but I can't remember. But yeah, heading color is 333, text color is 555. So, colors, text, link, and heading. Yeah, we've got all that. We've got that. So, no, it's fine, flawless. Like, what were you trying to help me with? We already have it set up this way, right? That is working fine. That's why we're able to use any of this other stuff already. So I don't understand, like, what your link is trying to do. Oh, and it's not color, it's text. That's right. Isn't it? It is color, isn't it? Hold on. Now I can't remember. It is color. No. So yeah, text. Blue. Yeah. Alright. So text heading and text link should be overriding it. Yeah, my only thought is maybe I just need to reboot again. We do see that the Tailwind config changing did cause re-renders. Yeah, it's just the opposite of what we're intending. The exclamation point should make it important, but ends up working. Yeah, so the exclamation point. Do I need it at the beginning? Did I just mix up like where it goes? I did. Okay, yeah, exclamation point goes at the beginning, not the end. Oops. Alright, so we're good there. Let's fix a couple more globals. So this part doesn't make any more sense. We just have to do that part explicitly. And then we're good. Yeah. All right, so let's do something like this. Create a div. It is flex row by default. And yeah, we're doing this a bit tacky. And what was the question? Why did I choose Astro? Because I need a static site. And we are still going to have some interactivity, so the islands make a lot of sense. At this point, Astro is my static site generator of choice. That's what I mean, though, Shrews, right? Like, interactivity doesn't imply not being static. Static is about the stuff that you ship. You're probably talking about Dreamweaver. Yes, I remember that. But yeah, Shreyas, nothing about static site means you can't have interactivity. Those are, right? That's a misnomer. When you say dynamic, what do you mean by dynamic? Yeah, so you can do SSR. I'm wondering, why do you need SSR? What is the use case for the SSR? They couldn't have been built statically. No. What, like, static is also SEO. So what do you gain from being SSR instead of static? Dynamic data from a DB. Okay. So then, if that data is truly dynamic, how often does it change? If very often, then you're not getting SEO for that content anyway, so it could have just been fetched client-side. If it's not changing very often, then you could have just statically built it. I think in many cases, SSR is an edge case rather than the common case, and you probably didn't need it. Nothing prevents me from fetching data here from the database and statically rendering it if the data is not going to change very often. So how often is your data changing? And if your data is changing that much, then SEO isn't a good reason for it. Sure, I'd be curious about that. In my opinion, if your data doesn't change that often, then you should probably statically render. The edge case to that is if you have 10,000 plus pages. Even 1,000 is a bit of a pain to manage, but it doesn't take that long. Right? Like, Hugo can statically generate 10,000 pages in under a second. So, in many cases, static site generator is probably what you need. But once you get up to 10,000 plus pages, like e-commerce, then yes, SSR is important. Now, I understand there are use cases for it. But the amount of pages and how often they change dictates when you need SSR. And that's fine. I'm just giving you, like, that's my selection criteria. Does your selection criteria differ from that? You can be vague about it still. Okay, so you basically had the same selection criteria, and your use case is one of those options. Cool, makes sense. I get it. But what I'm trying to explain to everyone else out there is that is such an edge case of the type of application we typically have to build. The majority of sites that we are going to be building as developers do not fit within the SSR being necessary category. That's all. Yeah, JS, that's a great point. I think one big edge case to that is a very, very, very large site would involve a lot of extra caching. So if you have greater than 10,000 sites, your cache is going to be quite big. All right, and depending on how you're doing that caching, it can defeat the purpose. Then you have to deal with how often you're evacuating things from cache. Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, it's a great point. Yeah, totally makes sense there, Trace. Totally makes sense. So I would say that no, there is caching involved. If you're using anything, you're most likely still doing some kind of full page caching, some kind of caching in general, but then your evacuation policy becomes important. When are you removing stuff from cache? Because you still have RAM constraints to work in. And this is a problem that's everyone's had since back in the PHP days. You know? If you're doing a PHP site back in 2010 and you have 10,000 plus pages, yeah, your best bet is to statically render them into something like Memcache. And then from there, read the static version first rather than forcing WordPress to regenerate it. But you don't want to do that for every single page because then your cache consumes gigabytes of RAM or gigabytes of storage. So yeah, there are cases where caching is something you're going to do, but then you need to have a good policy for evacuating that cache. Like, when is something old enough or stale enough that you remove it from that cache? How often has it been visited? Like, there's all sorts of ways to evacuate cache. But you have to decide on that at your own application level. And it's a concern that most applications will never need. Exactly level 002. I think I was saying the exact same thing you were typing up. I just happened to say it quicker. And yes, I have launched pages that were WordPress, but you were doing a full page cache with enough RAM to store it that it was instant. It was really fast. And I get that JS, it is static at the end, but when you're regenerating things becomes important. So when talking about static site generation, that's a build time concern, whereas SSR is a runtime concern. So SSR is important in the case where doing, a build time static site generation, you can use a webhook to re-render all of it, but then you're re-rendering all of it. And that's where SSR is useful. So yes, I knew what you meant there, JS, or Sayubi, however you want your name pronounced. But at the end of the day, that cache is still large, depending on what is on those pages. And dealing with storing that cache at 10,000 plus then becomes maybe a different concern. But it's really about the amount of data and how often it updates. That determines whether you can do compile time or runtime. So similar though, still level. It's more about like how many pages are you having to deal with that. Right? How often the data changes and how many pages you're having to do it for. That becomes the use case. And then, yeah, add enough pages or at data upgrading or updating often enough, incremental static regeneration becomes a good use case, right? ISR, which is a thing that Vercel and a bunch of things support. So yeah, total agree. I think we're both basically saying the same thing, slightly different. And what's up, Kratzer? How you doing? But yeah, how you doing, Krasner? What are you up to? Krasner, you trying to join in on our fantasy football this year? When I caught myself, I almost said Final Fantasy football again, which I think would actually be more fun. I would much rather play Final Fantasy football rather than just football. Alright, yeah, I'll let you know. I want to get it going so that we can maybe try and do like a proper draft. Oh, so this is an extension I made. And I've even made it for NeoVim, so if you're a NeoVim user, you can get it as well. But it's called HTML Biscuits. And yeah, Level, let me just read what you said here in a second. Yeah, so HTML Biscuits. It's basically just a way of annotating your like end div, which is hugely useful once you get into, you know, if I just got a bunch of divs. Yeah, NeoVim version, it's just NVim Biscuits. Pretty sure it works for HTML. Let me know. By the way. But yeah, Tej has even helped make this like a better thing. It should work for HTML, but it's been a bit, so I don't remember. Like, it does show that we have like HTML prefix string, all that. I just don't remember if like the things we're annotating with are as useful. Yeah, give it a shot. Let me know what you think. But yeah, we've had some really cool people help us make it better, which is nice. I even gave a talk at NeoVimConf like 3 years ago now. Damn, that's a long time. So yeah, keep that in mind. You don't need to use NeoVim to make something for it and give a talk at VimConf. They're totally okay with that. They're actually really cool dudes. They're very open-minded about it. No, JS, come on. Use anything you want. Come on. Use anything you want. Who cares? You're just putting text into a file. Who cares? I just want to make stuff. TS Update is recommended just to download the latest parsers. You don't have to, but it's definitely useful. This is more useful for people that haven't installed Tree Sitter before. But yeah, some of the parsers do get updated. It's worth updating them when you can. And I think it only updates the ones that you need to update. So, like, I don't think you lose anything by just auto-updating your TS parsers. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, so you could ignore the TS update if you want. By the way. Yeah, I'm not actually sure if this ensure installed is accurate anymore. I might have to double check that. Yeah, we haven't done too much on this for a little bit. 3 months ago, we fixed a bug. The rest we haven't had to touch for quite a while. Okay, so hold on. Level, you asked a question. What did I do? Didn't mean to do that. I think I, like, dragged something back. You do CrossFit, by the way. There you go. It's very similar to a snowboarding thing. Like, how do you know a snowboarder did that trick switch? They'll tell you. Alright, so we got this laid out. Now, hold on. I forgot. How do we do page transitions? Oh, and that's it. Yeah. Level. I wanted to look at your comment and answer your question. Sorry, you're still out there, right? Okay, so would there be any advantage in using Astro for an app that is always dynamic, like Astro plus React, as an app where it's just a CRUD? I don't think there's any value to doing an Astro site for something that is, like, behind a paywall. I'm sure the Astro people would push back on that statement. It would take some convincing for them to convince me of. Right? If it's basically something that could have been a React single-page application, just do a React single-page application. Yeah, so anything that's behind, like, a login, you probably don't need server-side rendering. There are some applications in the world where it might be worthwhile, but that is so much of an edge case compared to just the standard dashboard app that you're doing, right? As long as you're doing per route bundling using something like React Router, you're good to go. Like, don't worry about it. Right? So I would consider per route bundling essential. Server-side rendering, nah. And just to make sure, right? Some people may not be familiar with what I mean by per route bundling. Right? It's basically just marking a route path as lazy. Right? And then you import the thing that you would render for that route. So yeah, in my opinion, as long as you're doing this part for a dashboard application, you don't gain very much from server-side rendering. Right? In Angular, you get it out of the box by just using an import statement. Like, pretty much every major router these days interacts with your bundler in such a way that it's going to generate a JavaScript bundle just for that route. Once you've done that, you're good to go. Now, one thing I'm curious about, how easy is it with React Router to do nested per route bundling? Oftentimes, I consider that maybe a code smell, but there are cases for it where you want to have a sub-route with a shell or a layout around it, but then even per route bundle things inside of it too, right? So let's just say, as an example, we've got our application, which is just like a dashboard style CRUD application or whatever. We get into a page for, I don't know, like graphs, right? You may have 5 or 6 different routes that render different graphs. So you would do, like, slash, which is your root, /graphs, which is then your layout. And then within that layout, you might still then have like another nested thing that is like the route bundle that you care about, because you don't want to download all of your graphing logic in one place. And then how good are some of these systems at generating like the shared bundle between those nested routes? Per user tenant? Yeah, exactly, Robert. That's what I'm getting at. I don't, like, there may be some case for it, because nothing's ever 100%. Probably even that nothing is ever 100%, but that gets into a weird paradox, right? But at some point, there could be a use case for server-side rendering behind a paywall. Yeah, I just don't see it right now either, but at least leaving that open for being incorrect, right? Allow the nuance. Does it mean I'm going to get less engagement? Maybe. Oftentimes, it's not engagement I want anyway. But yeah, these were great questions. You tried it? It's a lot of words. Yeah. So you may want to look at some of the config. So I think the big config that you would care about I'm not sure about just the class. That part might need some extra work. But one thing to remember is that you might want to do it for your cursor line only. That's useful for just like not having too much junk in there. Toggling it on or off with a keybind might be worth it. You could trim by the maximum amount of words. But yeah, do you have like a screenshot you want to share? Because I thought, and let me double check this. I thought we had an HTML specific decorator, right? Should decorate. And the text that we're showing, I feel like it should only be showing classes, but no, I don't see that. So yeah, there might be something that we want to modify to only show IDs and classes. I know we have that logic over in HTML biscuits, but we may not have done that here. And yeah, this was just us doing some logging. We probably want to get rid of that. So yeah, just where we end up showing what the text is going to be, we may want to like just select for certain parts. Yeah, no worries. No rush. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was fun to make. So Flutter doesn't do that automatically, but the Flutter plugin does, and I took inspiration from the Dart plugin, technically, for that. So it's not a Flutter thing specifically, it's a Dart plugin issue. At least last time I looked. And yes, I took inspiration from that Dart plugin when I made HTML biscuits. I thought I shouted that out somewhere, but maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, I didn't. No, I get it. I know. That's fine. Opinion about Nuxt? Seems cool. Last time I tried to use it, it was still beta and I ran into some issues. What project was that for? Oh, yeah. I think it was for, like, it was related to this exact issue. So yeah, this was when Nuxt 3 was still a beta. I was using Prime View, and I was trying to do some, like, toast stuff. So if I do broken, where the toast is outside of the div, we do have to refresh because of some bug. We actually get this element twice, which is super weird. So now when we go back, and yeah, like, again, like that navigation bug was also a major problem. If we were to put the toast last, it worked. Right? And then finally, working 2 also worked. So yeah, we were getting just some weird, like, duplication error. And we used this to actually, like, as part of our reproduction when we created the issue over on Prime View. Ooh, yeah, Shreyas. That one's a little trickier. Oh. Is that the message request I see? It is. Denied! No, we're good. Yeah, that one's trickier. Yeah, so similar to how we have, like, the HTML specific, like, thing, there might be something we have to do for Astro as well. Yeah, worth a shot. I would say try and do those in separate PRs. Right? Like the HTML fix and then the Astro fix. Try and do those in separate PRs. Cool. Thank you. But yeah, that whole, like, Nuxt 3 routing and, like, weirdness, that was one of the things that kind of, like, sticks in my mind when it comes to thinking about whether I want to, like, jump into something before it's ready. So yeah, I'm pretty much not an early adopter for anything anymore. Because I want to build things that work. I don't want to deal with the weird issues of beta software. And when I say build things that work, I want the things I'm building with to work, because the code I'm going to write is going to have bugs for sure. Trying to figure out whether the code, like the failure of an application, is code I wrote or the framework breaking, I don't like having to do that. I always assume it's me, but in that case, it wasn't me. And any time where I spend a bunch of time trying to figure it out, only to discover the tool I was using had the flaw, If I can avoid that, I will. And you can avoid that more so if you don't use beta software. Exactly, for sure. I think Daniel is awesome. Nuxt is a really cool project. Nitro, the thing that they're using for their SSR and all that stuff, is a really cool tool. It's just, I am personally more productive with React at this point, just because I know of all the libraries I need to use, etc. And kind of like the same problem that Next.js has, Nuxt doesn't solve enough of a problem for me to reach for it. Right? Like, Nuxt solves the SSR problem really well. I just don't need to solve the SSR problem much, personally. So yeah, Nuxt, for me, suffers no longer from, like, the beta problem, but just being, like, it solves a type of application that I rarely need to make. Ooh, Alicia seems really cool, though. Alicia... Nope. Yeah, I want to double check this. Yes, it is the Bun framework. That's right, that's right. Okay. And yeah, it seems really awesome. 2 million requests per second. I find this a bit disingenuous. Right? Like, sure, they're using the Tech Empower benchmarks. Where's Rust and C++? This is amazing, though. If you're going to render out plain text, C# is actually in the top 3? It depends on which benchmark they're talking about. Plain text, yeah, plain text doesn't have any major, like, logic. It's just how quickly does it respond to, like, I/O, right? Which is still a relevant benchmark, but yes, that's the thing. Like, it's easy to game a benchmark like this, right? Once the benchmark becomes the target, it ceases being a good benchmark, you know? But if you want to do anything like that, like, sure, you could look at multiple queries. This is a more realistic way of benchmarking your framework. Because, yeah, most of our applications, even just server-side rendered CRUD apps, are going to be doing multiple, like, queries. This is more of a measurement of the performance of their database adapter than anything, but it's still actually a relevant thing. So, Elixir... That's one of the things that's kind of a bummer. Elixir doesn't optimize for these kinds of benchmarks very well. It ends up being really good in practice. But for this type of, like, benchmark-driven development, you gotta scroll way down to find it. Like, I still haven't seen it yet. That could be a big part of just the developer community for Elixir being so much smaller that no one's actually writing implementations towards these benchmarks, right? Here we go. ELI, Elixir, right? Way down there. But is that important? Yeah, exactly. So Shreyas, yeah, what this is doing is actually kind of just measuring how quickly one request response cycle renders. Right? So the responses are per second at 20 queries per request. It should actually be handling that properly. When we look at fortunes, this is where you end up being CPU bound, which Elixir is not aiming for. What about data updates? And yeah, I really just do think a big part of this is there's nobody in the Elixir community optimizing their code and examples for these benchmarks. Yeah, and that's fine, right? But at the end of the day, most of these tools are utilizing some kind of like tricks to be faster than they would be in anyone's real world use case anyway, right? And there is no Elixir developer focusing on doing those tricks. You could make a joke and say, well, yeah, because Elixir devs are busy shipping. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I just think they're just not doing it. I mean, hold on. Let's do this. Can we look at just Elixir? How many implementations do we even see? Oops, I think I messed that up. Apply. There we go. There's only 3 implementations. I know. Did you know you could ship your pants? I just shipped my pants right here. Yeah, exactly. For sure. I actually did get my bed shipped. I have a shipped bed. Sorry, we're getting crude here. Let's get some more music going, and yeah. Let's keep going. But yeah, right? Like, here's the big thing. We see 3 Elixir implementations here. We go back, and we just select for, I don't know, let's pick JavaScript. There are 32 JavaScript implementations. And there are 3 for Elixir. So it's more just a who is busy writing towards these benchmarks. But I find it just very disingenuous that Alicia here on the Tech Empower, hold on, let's pop it up one more time. Alicia here is 97th on the benchmark they linked to. Right? So incredibly selective in the things that they decide to showcase here. This is bad marketing. This is a dark pattern for sure. They are selectively choosing what they compare against rather than looking at the top of the top. This is pure marketing bro stuff. Yep. Pure marketing bro stuff. And it's not even the most relevant benchmark. The plain text benchmark is probably the worst one. Exactly, Miniscruff, right? Isn't Jin the one that hasn't been idiomatic for ages, or am I thinking of Martini? I might be thinking of Martini. Oh, Fiber is also a non-idiomatic one. Echo also non-idiomatic, I think. I know there's at least a few that are non-idiomatic. The one I'm thinking of is older, and I think it was Martini. Gin has been deprecated, so maybe Gin's the one. Idiomatic or not. So, I mean, idiomatic is actually really important for the Go ecosystem. The key is, like, use the request response objects that the standard library gives you. That way you have interoperability with all sorts of stuff. Like, Rust had to implement the idea of tower just for the idea of, like, interoperable, like, middleware, you know? Whereas with Go, as long as you're doing that, all of your middleware is interoperable. Like, that's kind of brilliant, you know? So yeah, I know there was at least one popular framework for Go that was not idiomatic. Yeah, I would say Fiber would make more sense than Gin for sure. And yeah, is Fiber also not idiomatic? Yeah. Okay. Man, that could actually make a good conference talk too. The power of idiomaticness, idiomaticity. The power of idiomaticity. Like, we can make up a word. Yeah, there you go. No, that makes sense, Ministra. And is that middleware, like, wrapper Middlesex? Like, the thing that allows you to use, like, other, like, idiomatic middleware? I find that funny. I used to live in Middlesex County in Jersey. It's the only county I remember. Because, of course, right? Like, you know, 4th grader giggling at the word Middlesex. Duh. But yeah, it was definitely 4th grade. In 4th grade, we had to memorize all of the counties in New Jersey. I have never once used that information a single other time in my life. But I had all of them memorized, however many there are that I totally forget now. Yeah, the funny part is, like, so much of elementary school, like grade 1 through 6, is basically just busy work. Yeah, no worries, DevPara. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry, I know we got distracted. We're having some fun. I think some of these conversations are my favorite part of streaming, actually. So yeah, getting sidetracked is a feature, not a bug. No, and honestly, that's a big part of it, right? Like, increasing your ability to memorize random BS. It's actually kind of huge, right? Just like I say about college, right? Not just the South Park quote. I love the South Park quote. But instead, like, college and university are there to teach you how to learn, not to teach you everything you need to be job ready. By forcing you to memorize all of the counties in New Jersey, it teaches you at least that, yeah, you need to develop some kind of pattern for memorizing BS. And yeah, in my opinion, though, Robert Tables, that's not what college is for. But so many people think that it is. And I think that is just like, it's a sales problem at this point, you know? Right? You want to be job ready? You go to a vocational school. Yeah, you graduate from some of those like mechanic schools, you're ready to be a mechanic right out of school. But vocational schools and community college versus university, they have separate goals. And Debpara, thank you for that follow. I also missed one. Bin Hop, thank you as well. So there you go, Raimu, but like college didn't do that part for you, other than encouraging you to get an internship. But yeah, college itself didn't prepare you for that, I guess, is the main thing I was getting. And yeah, Robotic Head, Mr. Sir, 44 months. Ahoy hoy. Yeah, what are you up to? I'm glad you were able to actually join in with us on the Baldur's Gate 3. That was good. I'm going to be at Chain React. I'm pretty sure I'll be back in time for streaming on Saturday, which means I can game with y'all Saturday night. Aw. Thank you, Shreyas. There's a couple of people that say that. I appreciate it. Thank you. My mom used to call it a shit-eating grin. I think she probably still does, but we just haven't chatted about it for a while. Right? That grin? Yes, Debpara, that is a very big point. Yes, you only get out of college what you put in. So if you're only in it for the degree, you're not going to get much out of it other than the degree. But if you treat it as an opportunity to learn with other people and to chat with your instructors or your teachers or whatever, right? You can gain a lot more from it. Too many people go into like college and university with an adversarial mindset. Like it's the students versus the teacher. Because it's like ingrained in them in high school. The quickest moment you can realize that college and university professors are actually on your side, the more value you gain from them. Right? The more you treat them as an actual resource rather than a gatekeeper, you have more value to it. Yeah, so Shreyas, I totally agree. Internet, yep. I see the typos. A willingness to learn is something that you can't buy. But there are so many people out there that just want to be able to buy it. Oh, if I just pay for this boot camp, I'll totally gain the motivation. No. No. So I get that, Robotic Head, but it just isn't the case. Right? So maybe Robotic Head, is that the case for computer science, or are you maybe talking about like other things? Even then, I doubt it, right? Like getting a degree in journalism. How much are they actually doing to set you up to get the job? You know? I think that's a little trickier, Devpar. Any job worth paying someone to do requires ongoing learning. No, so Shreyas, like, stuff does change. I think that's where maybe you and I disagree, but sure. Like, when we were talking about full page caching a little bit ago, etc., right? Like, that is something you can learn once and apply towards the future. But there are gonna be things that come along where if you're not actively learning something new, then you're SOL. No. So Shreyas, like, what I'm getting at is you can adapt, but that is a conscious effort to adapt. Have you ever worked with someone who just stopped learning 10 years ago? I have. Fucking sucks. They're just there to collect their paycheck and go home. Why would I learn something new when I can do it the exact same way I did it 10 years ago? And working with those people is a fucking nightmare. So I at least wanted to point that out, right? That is coasting. Yeah, for sure. It is coasting. To the same degree, though, right? I don't think that is unique just to software development. I think that's actually something that you need to do for any job that is worth paying someone a lot of money for. You don't want a doctor who's just coasting. You really, really, really do not want a doctor who is just coasting. You know? As an example, 2010, your doctor would have been very likely to prescribe you Xanax for an ulcer. You know what they prescribe nowadays? Antibiotics. Because ulcers are caused by bacteria. They discovered that in 2012. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, though, Devpar, right? Like, compared to a kitchen, that's a different thing. Now, there are new cooking techniques discovered, and that might change a little bit. But as far as medicine goes, as a doctor, someone who's worth paying a shitload of money, you don't want someone who's just coasting. You can totally get a job in a kitchen and just coast, right? That happens all the time. So it's more about, like, the type of job, not necessarily just the industry. No, and I don't think we disagree, Shreyas. No. Yeah, totally. I just wanted to, like, clarify. Right? We've all dealt with people that don't adapt. And it sucks. It is easier for someone to not adapt in the dev world than it is in the doctor world, in my opinion. Yeah, when people ask, like, oh man, you know, devs, like, working on their own time, nobody does that in any other industry. Dude, you don't want a doctor who's not putting in time outside of work. That means they're not reading, like, new studies and papers. That means they're not going to conferences and understanding new techniques. Like, dude, that means they're a shit doctor. Right? Any job worth paying someone a lot of money for is a job that's probably worth staying up to date with. So if you want a job that doesn't pay a whole heap load of money, there are plenty of software dev jobs that are the exact same as they were 10 years ago. But the people you're going to work with, the management you're going to deal with, the processes you have to put up with are all worse because they know that you're not going to put in the effort to go anywhere better anyway. Yeah, I'm not saying that's bad, Dev. For sure. I'm not pushing back on that whatsoever. I'm just pointing out a bit of rhetoric I've heard, where some people will think They don't need to put in any extra effort. They can just do their job and leave work and never think about it. Those are some of the most infuriating developers to work with. Hey, what's up, Moonster? At that age, she should probably just focus on some of the simpler things, because learning new languages should become easy. Learning new tools should become easy, as long as she wants to put in the effort. But you need to get something that she is able to see results from as quick as possible. That way she doesn't burn out on it. I say this from experience. When I graduated high school, my mom gave me a book on XML. And I started reading that thing like an actual book. And none of it made any sense to me. Like, when would I apply this? How can I actually make an application with this? Right? So, trying to get them into the wrong thing too early could actually turn them off of it. So you need to focus on something that's not going to set them up for the rest of their life and their career. You need to get them just like, they need that spark of like, oh my god, I can do anything. So at that point, I'm not sure. We don't do game development here, so I'm less familiar. I would say I don't like supporting Roblox, but writing Lua stuff might be worthwhile. Right? Learning to make her own Lua code for Roblox. Like, does she already use Roblox? That would be huge. If she's not already using Roblox, I would say don't do that, because that shit's cancer. But if she's already in there, well then fuck it. Sorry for the swearing, like, you know. Yeah, exactly. So maybe some type of learning how to do Roblox dev would be worthwhile. And there are streamers here on Twitch that actually do make some Roblox stuff. I don't like Roblox in the way that it is purely exploitative. When you build a thing for Roblox, they are taking a massive cut off any money you would make, and you'll pretty much never make enough money to, like, justify the time investment. So Roblox is a thing that's built on basically child labor, you know? And just like the aspect of like some of the terrible games that do like really bad like exploitative monetization schemes. So yeah, I massively dislike Roblox. Not the thing itself, but the way it's managed, the way it exploits people, the way it doesn't give people value for their time. But at some point, it is worth recognizing that anyone can make a game in Roblox. So, Robert Tables, I want to push back on that. I don't think Python is a great first game language, or a great first language at all. Setting up Python and the environment stuff for it fucking sucks. Like, it's the worst. I wouldn't wish setting up a Python environment on my enemies. Python a language, great. Yeah, totally fine. Python as a language, really cool. But dealing with Python environments? If I didn't like you, I'd tell you, yeah, go for it. Yeah, do it in Python. Yeah. Exactly, Ryman. Yeah. No, Python is a fine language there, Dev Park. We're not talking about the language itself right now. We're talking about the ecosystem around it. Even then, Toopsy, I think I push back and I say no. I disagree. Anything that requires you to set up an environment to see something. Now, you need something where you can just launch it right there in your browser and be up and running by fiddling with it. You can see something change by just changing some code. The only reason Lua might be best for that is because of the Roblox stuff. You can launch up Roblox, and setting up the dev environment is dead simple. Right? To me, I would actually push back and say, maybe she should learn how to make a website first. You can see something immediately from just doing some free code camp stuff. I am biased. I am massively biased. I think learning some HTML, because, yeah, if they make a game, they're going to want to make a website for it too, right? But you can see something immediately with HTML, with CSS. Right? Web is everywhere. All you need is a browser. You don't need to set anything up locally. So, yeah, I am biased, massively biased towards the web. But mainly because that's how I got into it as well. So keep that in mind, right? I got into GeoCities back in the day. I got into CSS because of MySpace, right? Like, the internet basically created us as developers because the people making these things were super lazy. But yeah, I think that might be it. There are definitely some things for, like, the web, like, you know, like JavaScript, like React stuff, that I would not recommend early on. But at least setting up some basic buttons and seeing something work. Yeah, so Moonster, I would say free code camp. Right? That's that link right there. Or there. I recommend HTML, even though it's not for the game design stuff she wants to do. If she wants to make a game, she's probably going to need a website for it at some point. Yeah, DevPara, but that's a bad, like, that's a bad beginner experience. I wouldn't wish setting up... so Canvas. Yeah, I wouldn't wish dealing with the Canvas API. I wouldn't wish dealing with Three.js and how to set up those environments on a beginner that I consider an enemy. But it's like, yeah, just getting them at least started on seeing something is really cool. You know, so I do recommend the web stuff, as long as you recommend and emphasize to her that, yeah, do some of the web stuff just to understand, like, working with computers, how this language isn't necessarily, like, easy to read at first, but the more you see it, the more you understand it. Because HTML is simpler and easier to understand than other things at first, right? Like, being able to read it. And then eventually, you know, then you can push them into something else. And it might be nice to learn alongside with them, using Free Code Camp, because it's all very step-by-step. But just remember, you asked me, and I have a major bias towards web stuff. So, you could ask this same question in a bunch of other streams, which you might go do, and I'm fine with it. And you'll get totally different answers. Wasabi. Celebrimbor, yes. And that's why maybe something like Roblox is a better, like, once you've understood a little bit of programming, going back towards, like, Lua and Roblox, then you can at least, like, see something using assets that are available already. Maybe Minecraft and mods is a good way. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, I would say a good path might be HTML, CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript, and then learning, like, 3D modeling. Right? Learning to, like, make 3D assets. Even if they're simple. That's fine. And Blender is free. Easy. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, stuff that is free. Yeah, Blender can get very complex very quickly. Oh, free code camp, 100%. You can't understand anything about web dev without HTML or CSS. And again, you need to see results in front of you as quick as humanly possible. I can't be the only one getting tired of Wasabi's comments, right? So Shreyas, I am almost positive they are a child. They mentioned that their mom would be considering that they are doing drugs or something by watching programming streams so late. That's one part. They smashed their keyboard into a wall. That's another part. Like, I don't know. I think they are a child. I don't know what age. I'm not trying to speculate. I really wish they would be more fun to talk to. I don't know. Who knows there, Shreyas? It's not worth caring about. What's up, Casper? How you doing? Are you a friendly ghost? Hold on. Do that emote all on its own. Just that emote. It'll be big. It'll be real big. Gnarly. Enjoy your nightmares. Yeah, that was good. That was actually really good. Any emote, yeah. We're just that good. It's actually pretty simple. It's just some custom CSS. Check this out, actually. Anyone got one of those emotes that, like, rotates side to side? Or not rotates, but, like, slides side to side? I think the Primogen has one, right? Oh, hold on. Yeah, we'll do 3 of Primes. Oh, I was gonna say, do like 3 of them, just to showcase how we stitch them together. Oh, that one's alright, Shreyas. I mean, like, yeah. When we do 3 of the Primogen, look at how it's, like, almost seamless. Yeah, no worries, Devfire. Thank you for hanging out. Good roll. Good roll. Yeah, Owen, so now do 3 of those next to each other. Oh, really, Raimo? Nice. That's awesome, actually. Yeah, I made this one for Prime. Wait, what do you mean is it seamless now? I just mean we join them together. Yeah, it's seamless on Stream Parrot when you have multiple next to each other, right? Like we link them up. There you go. Exactly. There's like a slight seam. Like it's so slight. Oh, on Twitch chat there's a gap. Yeah, I don't care about Twitch chat. I'm talking about down here. Yeah, duh. But yeah, Raimu, I don't know if you remember. I at least want to shout it out because I'm a fan. I did that one. I even did like the, you know, the motion tracking on his head. That's not him actually dancing. Yeah, I did that years ago. Yeah, you can see the edge just slightly. But it's really close. It works better when you do it maybe with, hold on. Right, like 2 emotes that are meant to be side by side. Those are seamless, right? Oh, I think I did the wrong order. Damn it. All right, I think the left one is supposed to be the 2. There we go. That one looks a little better. And yeah, that's just some custom Stream Parrot CSS kicking in. The squid was designed with the gap in mind? Was it, though? Like, ours is better. Ours is just better. That's fine, Shreyas. Yeah, you're right. I just think they blew it. How about this way? That one looks fine. We just need all 5 of them. Nah, you're right. I see where that line doesn't line up. Technically, I think that's wrong, though. It's like the left 2. You're not actually supposed to put the hump on the right side. Because you can look at the name of them. It's 1, right? Squid 2, Squid 3, Squid 4. No. So, Raimo, you actually used them out of order. Right? You did Squid 2, then Squid 4. And you didn't have Squid 3 in the middle. Yeah, exactly. So 3 and 4, it still doesn't look perfect. So yeah, you're right. You're right. But yeah, look at the numbers on them. That's something that I keep forgetting, you know. Alright, so there we go. So, hold on. This is one thing I wanted to look up. Astro page transitions. Yeah, let me just look at it. Let's double check it. Now, can we just throw that into a layout file? That's the part I'm trying to remember. Can I just throw it? Oh, we can throw it just right into the common head, right? So we can just do that on our main layout. All right, so hold on. We want to set it to morph. Now, so I'm pretty sure, do I need to add IDs? So my main thing is I want to make this image transition to where it is on the other page. Right? So do I need an ID? No, Astro is basically a static site generator that also allows you to do server-side rendering and other stuff. Yeah, so it looks like one of these, right? Like transition name or something like that. Or transition animate? Oh, so we could give it its own custom animation. Oh. But yeah, so Ron Jinsu. Yeah, Astro is a static site generator for the case that I use it for mainly. But think of it like a meta framework. And the magic of that is you could use React or Vue or not quite another Gatsby, because Gatsby is React only. Whereas Astro allows you to use Vue, Preact, React, and a whole bunch of other languages, right? Or frameworks, I should say, via the idea of islands. So understanding what an island is actually really useful and important. I would say it does sit in the same category as Gatsby from a high level, but it's just fundamentally different. Yeah, transition name. That's what we were just looking at. Come on, man. Take it easy. We just looked at it, okay? Yeah, we just need some unique identifier for it. Just give us time. We gotta, like, chat with other people, too. All right? So yeah, Ron, just think of it like another static site generator, Gatsby, very similar. But you're able to use any framework you want instead of being restricted to React with Gatsby. Makes sense there, Shreyas. I would say if you do feel like we are getting out of sync with each other, you may want to refresh just to, like, get it back up to sync, but also possibly, like, lower your, like, the quality of stream. So if you're at 1080, you might want to dial it back to 720, because that lag, right, like, the longer you watch a stream, if it gets more and more out of sync, that means that you are actually not catching every frame in real time, because your connection is likely dropping some. So if you do notice that in the future on other streams too, just try lowering the quality. You might need a refresh still, but it's typically based upon your internet connection more than anything. So if 1080p is capping out your stream or your bandwidth, lowering that down so you still have room to do other stuff would help. Yeah, then it shouldn't have been a problem. Are you on Wi-Fi right now, though? And is it possible you did some other things that chewed up some bandwidth recently? Like maybe did you do an NPM install or something similar? All right, MBB, take it easy. Okay, so I mean, Shreyas, how recent is the iPad? Is it possible you're still dealing with maybe like CPU, like throttling? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if it's a bandwidth or CPU thing at this point. Like 2 years old, it should be totally fine. So yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, no worries, MBB. Yeah, like, I don't know. MBB, you've definitely caught me over on Gaming Stream where I'm doing, like, some of the voice acting stuff. That's our goal today. I'm trying to create a voice acting website in which I showcase some of those voices I can do. Maybe I do something totally special for someone else. But the idea is I have a website someone can go to see what I can do, and then maybe contract me for some voice acting stuff. Because why not? Alright, so real quick though, I do have to go pee. Give me a second. To the bathroom I go. See you in a second. Okay, I'm back.
Despicable me.
You have to pee mid-stream, you're not gonna make it? You tell that to the Primogen. He pees like 6 times a stream, doesn't he? Only thing smaller than the Primogen's hands is his bladder. Lost his job? No. See, I don't know. I'm not sure of the story. I have no idea. I thought that was him saying, like, I'm good. I thought that was him opting out of it, not, like... What company would cut the Primogen? Yeah, exactly. Alright, that's what I thought. Like, nah, man. I'm almost willing to bet they tried, like, sweetening the deal in some way. Like, well, what if we just double your salary? Like, come on, man, you can't leave. That's what I imagine happening right there, right? Karen in HR was totally just like, the Primogen, I've got every single VP telling me that we need to do anything we can to keep you. How much kombucha would it take? The Booch. We'll give you a kombucha keg right at your desk. Even though he doesn't go into the office that much. We will ship you kombucha. Right? There you go, exactly, Sam. We'll give you a bouncy ball that ships with its own catheter. Whatever you want, man. Or do you not know what a catheter is? That might be a language barrier thing. In hospital rooms, right? You ever notice how someone can just, like, be in a hospital bed for weeks, like in a coma? That's because they take a little tube and they shove it right up your pee hole. Obviously a Lamborghini, duh. No, why do you ask, Jay? I drive a Subaru. I go snowboarding enough, I need something with all-wheel drive. That car has saved my life a couple times. I would not be renting if I had that at all. No, I wish. One of these days, I make a whole like $400 or $500 per month from streaming. I know, loaded. And I appreciate every little bit of it. Thank you all 179 subs we got right now. Y'all are the best. Yeah, streaming doesn't pay the big bucks. Unless you are Pirate Software, or Theo, or the Primogen. I mean, the main part is I'm not working right now. This is me time. Which is why I'm so strict on the people I allow to chat here. If there's a single person here that's making my time less fun, they're gone. Like, for sure. On a regular basis? Oh yeah, no, you get like maybe 3 days before I'm fed up with you and you're gone. This is me time. So when you think about it that way, that's pretty good. No, I was talking about Wasabi, basically. Nah, you're chill, man. It would have been really obvious if I was getting fed up with you. Like, you're chill, man. Like, I don't know. You're not gonna get anything more than like, yeah, you seem chill. Sorry, like, I don't know, man. You're a good chatter. Right? I am engaging with you, chatting with you, without seeming like I'm getting annoyed, right? You're good to go. Alright, so that, like, fade transition, I think it's nice, but let's do some of this real quick. Right, so transition, name, character. Yeah, we need to change it to morph. But what I'm wondering is, could I actually just do that here for specific things and let other stuff, like, fade? And I think that would be the move. Let me just double check this. So yeah, that part's fine. But we do need to do something else. Hold on, let me get more music. There we go. So transition animate. Oh, so it's no longer morph. That was one of the backwards breaking changes they made from 4 to 5, wasn't it? Because I feel like for Astro 4, it was called morph instead. Alright, so there's something I'm missing. Yeah, so I was hoping that it would do like the cool fancy animations that I've seen like other apps do, where like we click this and that image like fades over. Or not fades over, but slides over. What am I doing wrong then? Alright, so... Character dash image. Character dash image. Is it just happening too fast? Do I need transition persist as well? Oh, there we go. That was it. Wait, what? We just saw it, like, animate. What the hell, man? Yeah, I added the persist already. And we did see some of it. Yeah, so I wonder if the persist is actually a flaw, and the animate... we'll leave the animate. Yeah, so why am I not seeing like a movement-based transition there? Oh, Shreyas, hold up, real quick. I'm gonna brag about this. I like to brag. You know, I'm only human. You know how it's 4, 3, 2, 1? I came up with that. I proposed it in a GitHub discussion. They actually implemented it, but I proposed it. I'm not even kidding, man. Right? It came up because, like, I jumped from framework to framework, like, tool to tool, so much that they were using an existing port. I think it was, like, 3000 or something at the time. And it was showing, like, a Next.js logo when I was running some Astro stuff. That was lame. So, yeah, I was like, hey, if you do this, you'll at least, like, you'll be consistent across other implementations, etc. I did that. Or I inspired them. That might be my most longest lasting impact on the dev world, and I'll take it. I'm okay with it. You're welcome. Ah, there you go. Caddy's a good tool. Yeah, full on street cred. Yeah. I did that. No, it's just like a product of like working with so many different tools, being live on stream, chatting with and discussing things with people, you know. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. That's what bought me my Lambo. I'm kidding, by the way. Nope. Did not buy me a Lambo. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't transitioning. Like, I want to see it animate. That's it. Like, just show me the animation, man. So I don't know what the deal is, but whatever. No, it was actually Nate before he left. I'm kidding, by the way. He's the only person that's acknowledged me, like, publicly based on it. I've never seen Fred thank me in a tweet, but I have seen Nate. No, it's fine. Like, nah, Fred's a good dude. They're all good dudes. It's a great team. Let me put it this way. I'm pretty sure Ben Holmes, when he streams to Twitch, tends to raid me just because of that. So that's totally worth it. Because you didn't do the obvious sarcasm thing. On the internet, sarcasm is unrecognizable. Oh, hold on. Oh, Kappa. That's the rule. Right? Check out Poe's Law. You didn't do anything to indicate that you were being sarcastic. Normally, in person, there is some form of, like, body language or thing you do that makes it obvious you're being sarcastic. We don't have any of that to go on here on the internet, man. So it's impossible to know if you're actually being sarcastic until you make it obvious. No, I don't think you want that. Then I just disregard everything you say? I don't think you want that. No, I don't think you do. Because I would have just ignored you earlier when you were talking about other things. I don't think you do. I think you're not recognizing the repercussions of such an action. We had a really good earnest conversation about rendering an SSR. If I had assumed that you were being sarcastic with all of it, I wouldn't have even engaged you. I don't think you actually want that. I would have ignored so much of what you say if I was expected to take everything you say as sarcastic. I don't think that's a fun conversation for you, man. Everyone thinks they don't want to be taken seriously all the time, when realistically, they would be far more upset if you don't take someone seriously when they want to be taken seriously. If you mean something as a joke, do something that makes it obvious. Because you will be far more upset if I take something you mean earnestly as sarcasm. That's human nature, man. I've dealt with too many people on stream to think any other way. You do a kappa, you do a winking smiley face, you do anything, right? Like, dude, it's why we call it the kappa rule. When you are literally trying to be sarcastic, throw a kappa on it. That is the Twitch-specific emote for that thing. Right? Like, if I had assumed you were being sarcastic with the, so what do, I wouldn't have even answered your question. You do not want someone assuming sarcasm all the time. Put in a little effort. It's a better interaction. See? So I knew immediately that Seven Deadly Seas was being sarcastic with that because of the kappa. Without that kappa, I might actually assume that they're being serious. Because they make enough serious and worthwhile conversational, like, comments, and they improve the conversation often enough that I need something from them to let me know when they're not actually meaning it to be taken seriously. If you don't want to do it for yourself, please do it for me. Does that make sense there, Shreyas? I mean, that is subjective, right? You can say that anytime you want. But the moment you're trying to make some broad categorical statement, you like a kappa won't save you from pulling some X versus Y junk. Right? No language elitism. That statement right there, JS is better than you, that's a joke on you, not JavaScript. Right? What is the butt of the joke? In that statement, you are the butt of the joke, not the language you're using. No, so I want to point out right now, any blanket statement about a language, tool, framework, anything that's like construed as an X versus Y is not allowed here. That's the basic rules of the stream. I don't care if you're being sarcastic or not. That one. So number one, obey those two rules. And then we don't have the problem. Damn right. This is not Twitter. I like to acknowledge every person that chats here. I like to chat with them as if we're actually having a conversation. The moment you start chatting as if you don't want me to read your statements, I'll just start ignoring you. And then I'll never acknowledge you again. Like, you don't want that either. So I'm just saying, like, this is a different vibe from some of the larger streams you might be familiar with, where your comments might go under the radar. I don't like it when a comment goes under the radar. I want everyone to feel like they have a voice. people that aren't fun to chat with, well, yeah, they don't get to have a voice. Yes, absolutely 5. If I am not moderating my chat, I can get in trouble for that. If I am allowing my chat to say any old thing they want, I get in trouble for that. Now, how often does it happen that a streamer gets in trouble for their chat going off the rails? I'm not sure. I don't know. You can swear. Yeah. Yeah, I swear from time to time. I try to keep it back just for people listening in, but yes, this is a somewhat mature stream as long as you're not overdoing it. All right, we can be adults about it. But recognize that there might be people under the age of 18, over the age of 13, hanging out. So try and be nicer about it. Try and, like, talk in a way that allows them to be here. Every once in a while I'm going to swear, but you can do X amount of swear words in a PG-13 film. Right? Like, fully legitimately. You can even show a butt in a PG-13 film. I'm not going to show mine here on stream, but that's what I'm getting at, right? As long as it's not the majority of your content, we are aiming for PG-13. Yes, that is the goal. Because I don't have the mature tag right now. The mature tag would be aiming for 18 plus, meaning rated R. I don't have that on, but it still, I think, allows for a swear word here and there. People drink alcohol in PG-13 films. Just fine. As long as they're not overdoing it. The goal is to actually be a PG-13 stream. Whether you know it or not, we get people who are under the age of 18 here in stream. And that's fine. Yeah, exactly. You can swear from time to time. Just don't make it a habit, I guess. Don't do it every single message, etc. Like, PG-13. If you apply a PG-13 film rules, you're totally fine. That does not mean you're allowed to show your butt. So, there is like a gray area. That's up to you, man. Like, you know. I think the biggest thing, just be chill. Alright, so that's a South Park reference, right? Hold on, what's the dude's name? Shit. Who's the musician that did, like, If You Think I'm Sexy? Rod Stewart. Mr. Stewart, did you just say you pooped your pants? Yep, pooped them. Like, you know. Yeah, that's a good reference there, Owen. I like it. Mr. Stewart, are you trying to say that you pooped your pants? Yep, pooped them. You are the most chill person I'll ever meet. Well, it'd be hard to meet myself, so yeah, I could agree with that. And I'm kidding. I guess I don't think I'm that chill. I try to be. It would be really hard to meet myself, but it could happen. You know. I think with enough technology, we could make it happen. I don't actually think me and myself would get along. That's fine, Shreyas. Yeah. Like, I go to meetups, I go to conferences. I'm always down to meet someone from stream. For sure. Are you here in the US? Are you going to go to TwitchCon? I'll be there. I get it. That's fine. You can always work remotely, right? And what's up, Biotech Nick, Mr. Sir? I'm not gonna lie, Biotech Nick, I've definitely gotten you and No Good Nick, like, mixed up a few times. Like, I'm pretty sure I've been like, yeah, didn't I just tell you this? Like, No Good Nick? No, I told that to Biotech Nick. Shit. Oh, it can be, Shreyas. You're just not trying hard enough. Come on. Yeah, no worries, Biotech Nick. It's been a while, though. Like, Biotech, like, what you up to, man? Yeah, and No Good Nick, if you're out there, like, yeah, my bad. I have definitely, like, lumped you two together on more than one occasion, just in my brain. That's on me. That's my bad. Oh, so you're not a software company. So yeah, that's a little tougher. Okay, I'll agree with that there, sure. No big deal. No, I get that. That makes sense. Is that related to the thing you were just talking about? Like the SSR stuff that you didn't want to dig too deeply into? Okay. All right, I was just curious. So totally separate thing. Oh, Biotechnic, like, have you ever heard about Anarchy Chess? I assume so. Oh, hold on. I can't spell. Anarchy Chess? Right? Is it basically related to, like, Anarchy Chess in some way? I thought Anarchy Chess was, like, a full-on thing. Is it not just, like, a thing? Is it a light chess thing? Can you do your own, like, chess engine in light chess? Is that the thing I'm not understanding? I don't know what that just did. I don't think it did anything. Alright. Can I just press play? No, I could have sworn, like, there's an Anarchy Chess subreddit. I thought some of the BS they were showing at one point was like an actual chessboard. Yeah, I don't even know. Alright. Okay, so I don't know, man. Portals and nukes? Okay, yeah. Like, I thought it was like a real thing where you could write your own, like, chess rules. I thought that was a real thing you could do. It turns out I was just seeing some memes. Yeah, why is the transition not working? I don't know. That's what I get for early adopting. I'm just kidding. This isn't even early adoption. This is just some kind of bug, man. What's the opposite of some kind of wonderful? Well, then we'll just ship your machine. No big deal. Problem solved. We're good to go. Oh, I rarely do. The last time we restarted was because I switched from doing like the local hosted like static build, right? So I did a static build and then hosted it with serve. I know I don't have to restart that much. Sometimes though, yeah, certain config files might not cause a restart of the server, so I might as well just try it sometimes, right? I've done enough dev where every once in a while, sometimes you just gotta like turn it off and on again. That's science, man.
The night.
I've dealt with enough bugs where when I don't understand something,
That is his name.
I'm gonna try turning it off and on again.
Ryder.
Screw me, right?
Remember him when you look at the night sky. Take your hat on. You say anything I say.
I might be crying a bit.
Philosophy. Take him away.
Oh, jeez. This is the best Twitter thing to happen for a long time. Good job, Algolia. I feel really proud of the fact that I'm the first one that retweeted it with at least like a quote. But hold up. So yeah, the correct choice is 2. Obviously, the correct choice is definitely 2. I said it first. Theo's personal choice is 12, to hang out with Jose and ignore DHH, obviously. But Jacob MG Evans would sit next to Theo. However, pretty sure the however is implying that it would mean you also have to sit next to Trash. Side note, I think it would be fine. Trash would probably just sleep the whole time. To which he replies, I fart in my sleep. To which Jacob replies, I take back everything. I'm pretty proud of that. But yeah, I really do like this. Good job. Good meme, Algora. That is Mewtwo. So Mewtwo hasn't streamed on Twitch for ages, but Mewtwo is actually huge on TikTok. I would say Mewtwo is probably the most famous on TikTok right now. And oh shit! It looks like they streamed somewhat recently, and they moved to New York. They used to live in Portland. I think Portland's a fantastic city. I really like Portland. I'm not sure about the New York thing. More power to them, though. Good luck. I do think Portland was like a really crazy like place for them to move anyway. Like neither one of them seem like Portland people. If I'm being honest. And when I say neither one of them, did you ever watch Twitch when Vape Juice Jordan was streaming? Vape Juice Jordan and Mewtwo are partners. I don't know if they've done like the marriage like proposal thing yet or not. I assume so, but I have no idea. But yeah, Vape Juice Jordan and Mewtwo, partners. They used to be both really big here on Twitch, and then they kind of just stopped streaming on Twitch. But hold up, like she did do a stream in which she said, "Hey, we moved to New York. Cool." So yeah, I did not see that tweet. I did not see that stream. I wonder if Twitch, like, lost my follow or something. Not sure. And yeah, sorry, no tie. How you doing? How was the Sunday grind day? I didn't get nearly enough work done on Sunday. You know what I did most of the day yesterday? Leveled up some skills in PAX Day. Not ideal. Because I got work to do. Kind of a bummer. But whatever. It is what it is. Oh, speaking of... I don't have my phone? Oh, I do have my phone. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. One second. Yeah, we chilling. I do need to go pour more water, so give me a sec. But let me do one thing here real quick, like. I definitely can't. Hold on. Messages, this. Alright, there we go. Yeah, almost forgot that. Let me go pour some more water. Give me a second. BRB, 1 sec. Gotta go pee. Less of a pee, but because I'm standing up, I might as well do it. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. And yeah, so, No Tie, are you still out there? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. And hey, what's up, Zerk? Mr. Sirs. Yeah, no worries there, Shreyas. Yeah, I'm back. I was just saying hi to No Tie, because they made a comment over on the YouTube, and I took a while to respond to him, so I'm sorry. That's my bad. Yeah, no worries. Working on your portfolio. Cool. What are you making it in? Like, what framework? Possibly Astro? Or something else? You don't need a framework for a portfolio, but it does make some things really nice because you can get static site generation out of the way, and then you can do interactive things however you see fit. You don't need a framework for anything, really, but you should probably use it when it makes your life easier, right? Like, come on. If you want to do document.querySelector all over the place, you don't need a framework for anything. So Notai, you're using Next.js. Okay, makes sense. And yeah, like, where do you see yourself at in your career so far? That's fine, Shreyas, but when it comes down to reusing components from page to page, some kind of framework really helps. As far as reusability and consistency goes, a framework will get you way farther than doing it all manually. Like, that shouldn't even be a question, really. I don't want to copy and paste my header from page to page. I don't want to copy and paste my footer from page to page. So some kind of framework that deals with layouts is hugely useful, you know? From there, you can extrapolate further, and yes, like, I would recommend some kind of framework for basically any static site you ever want to make. If it's only a Hugo site, that's fine, but you're still using a framework that is Hugo to statically generate your HTML and CSS. To make our lives better as developers, to save ourselves time, that's what frameworks are for. Duh. If you want to write your own framework for all that stuff, go for it, but you're still basically just making a framework. Or you're copying and pasting way too much. It seems fine until you have to change things, and then you have to do it across 4 files. That's just opening the opportunity for failure to mess it up once, you know? If you think you are good enough that you're not going to mess it up over the 20 iterations of changing your header from page to page, oh, cool, you made it once and you copied and pasted, and now you need to actually, like, oh, I decided I needed, like, add one thing, and then you got to add it 4 different times to the same file? Like, dude, just think about the rule of 3s. The moment you have done something 3 times, you probably need to abstract it. We have the technology. We can rebuild him. Shreyas, it's up to you. What you want to decide is too much effort. Me personally, no. Making even one spelling change or link change across 4 different files? Hell no. Hell no. Not gonna happen. Give me a framework that allows me to glue together components. Does someone need to go through that at least once to recognize the power that a framework gives them? Then yeah, sure, go for it. But to propose that someone do that for every project that's only 4 pages, I find that disingenuous. I find that problematic in so many ways. Right. The moment you want to change one thing, then you got to change it in 4 different places. At some point, you develop a metric of how many places is too much to change when I want to make a change. And for me, that is the rule of 3s. That is the rule of abstraction in general. If you only have a 1-page website, you don't need a framework. You're good. If it's a single-page website where every link is linking to somewhere else in the page, you probably don't need a framework. But the moment you're going multi-page, you would benefit from a framework. Even if it's only 2. I don't want to copy and paste the same old change from one file to another. At some point, someone making a 2-page website might create their own way of gluing together components. Cool. You've just made a framework with more steps. You're using a framework with more steps. The moment it's like your own way of gluing all this stuff together so you don't repeat yourself. So at that point, what benefit do you have from making your own framework versus just using one that's out there? You could do an entire website using mustache or handlebars templates. You could totally do it. You could also get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass. But wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? PHPs include, and then you're basically just doing the framework thing with more steps, right? That's what I'm getting at, Shreyas. That's just a framework with more steps. That's my main point. You could use PHP to glue all this together. The moment you're doing that, like, you could have just used a framework to do it. Again, Shreyas, like, you are missing the point. If you think the handlebars or mustache or any other glue is not purely synonymous with each other. What I'm getting at is the effort to glue these things together is worth more than the squeeze, right? I'm not missing your point. I understand fully what you're talking about. No, because you were still clinging to the fact that you don't need a framework. That's like your entire thesis. If you change that thesis, then, well, okay. The conversation's done. I'm still arguing the thing you initially said. I didn't see any concession. It's way more than 10 messages. 10 of your messages? Maybe. No, they have their dustbin, right? Shreyas has worked on large-scale software. I simply maybe missed the question where they totally conceded and said they were wrong. I don't know if they actually said that, but it seems like that's what they're getting at now. Yes, they concede and they were wrong. That's my Kappa face right there. That's me possibly being a little bit sarcastic, because I don't know if that's actually what you said. But if you did, actually, within one of your messages I might have missed, totally concede the fact that you should probably use a framework based upon certain criteria, and that criteria meaning more than one page, then we're good to go. Yeah, conversation solved. No big deal. Ooh, Dustper. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. That is fundamentally incorrect. Dustper, you have no idea how many wheels get reinvented every day at commercial organizations. Ooh, I want to push back on that statement real quick. You have no idea how many wheels get reinvented at full-on commercial software companies. There are absolute, like, VPs of engineering that refuse to bring in a dependency for something that's already solved. Now, take it easy. I'm not looking to have you guys argue, right? Dustper, just recognize that your comment was overly confrontational and Shreyas is responding in kind. I think instead, you both can recognize that categorizing each other based on these really disparate statements is just not productive, right? So we can chill, we can take a step back. It's not you versus each other. We can talk about the ideas. So I will point out that the wheel gets reinvented every single day by companies that just really have bad leadership, in my opinion. Yeah, it happens. Like, that's totally fine, Dustin. Like, don't feel bad about that. Totally fine. Every once in a while, we think we are better than the things that came before us, and we implement something, and then, more often than not, we recognize our hubris and use some other existing tool. We're only human, you know? We've all done it. Nobody is immune to thinking they can do it better. That is way different. Yeah, Zerk, that is the stack for Stream Parrot, the thing you see below. That is the Stream Parrot stack, and I should probably just delete that command. The stack for the thing we're making is just an Astro site. It's nothing special. It's just Astro. It's a portfolio site. You only need a static site generator for portfolio sites. Anything more than that, and you're probably fucking up. But maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. Like, that might be my hubris. Just being honest. Just saying. For this website we are making, static site generations is all we need. Ooh, and Notai, you chimed in saying you're trying to do some parallax scrolling. Ooh, okay. Astro is great for static content sites. I think Next is actually less great. There's like more hoops you have to jump through for a purely static site. I would say the amount of extra steps you have to take to make a purely static Next.js site is a bit of a bummer. It used to be way easier. It used to be so much easier to make a Next.js just purely static website. They have done a lot of work to make that not the case. Yeah, so Shreyas, I want to point out that Next.js has actually gone further than they used to be, right? Like, Next.js used to be really, like, legitimate for a static site. And I believe Vercel recognized that they can't monetize that nearly as well, and they pivoted far away from it. Whereas technically, if you think about like all the optimizations they probably do under the hood, they're turning your site into a static site whether you want to or not. They're actually doing massive amounts of static site generation under the hood ahead of time just to make their like their bottom line a little bit better, but it's still pushing other people to be like server-side rendered instead. I'm willing to bet money that Vercel is doing basically on-demand static site generation for a lot of their server-side rendered stuff, just due to like caching in general. Because it saves them money, which I understand, but it's also a little misleading to their consumers, because they're trying to teach people that use server is necessary, when realistically, no, they're just abstracting under the hood the things that you could have done statically. Which is why I push back on anytime someone tries to say, like, hey, you're using Vercel and Next.js, you should have known better about the implications of serverless. No, Vercel's entire, like, shtick, the entire thing that makes them a company, is making all of this stuff easier for devs that don't know better. Right? So anytime someone tries to say, like, hey, you're a beginner and you use Vercel for a thing that you're trying to make money off of, you should have known better. No. No. Vercel is targeting people that don't know better. That is their core target market. Like, it's not even a hot take. Like, Shreyas, did you not see this tweet? It's the biggest tweet I've ever done. It's the biggest tweet I've ever done, and it was me calling someone out for judging people the wrong way. Like, so, I don't know. Like, did you see that one by Dev Agrawal? It's the biggest tweet I've ever made, and it was a reply to someone else's stuff. I don't know if it falls in, whatever. You don't get any of my stuff. Did you see Dev Agrawal's, though? Hold on. So I guess I tweet way more than I thought. It's absolutely the biggest tweet I've ever done. And it was me trying to, like, anti-dunk on Dev, trying to dunk on beginners using Vercel, basically. Okay, so I reply to a lot of tweets, too. No, I think it was actually one of my own. I think it was one of my own, because I did it as a retweet. It was like last week. It was like very recent. I think it was after that, though. Oh, hold on. The do prompt thing? I don't know, man. Search for keywords. That's probably a good idea. The word dude was used heavily. Oh, it's after all that stuff. So, hold on. It must be classified as a reply, then? Anyone remember what that tweet was? Like, dude, it went so fucking big. Like, that shit's insane. Here it is. Do people hosting, and then where was my retweet? View quotes. Here we go. I quoted him real early, and it went massive after that. How can I not see my own quote tweet? Like, wait, what? What? I don't know, man. This is already like nightmare material. I'm over it. I'm like so over this. I should have looked at the date. Oh, that would have helped. It's gone forever. I don't fucking know. Basically, my biggest tweet comes from me telling Dev Agrawal, like, dude, don't be a dick. Vercel advertises to beginners. Don't blame the beginners. If you want to go find it on my thread, like, go for it. Like, it's out there. It's definitely a thing. It's the biggest tweet I've ever done. You found it? There you go. You found it. It's probably it. Let me copy the link and we'll find out. Advanced search? Yeah, that probably helped. Yeah, dude, Vercel markets itself to beginners. Don't blame beginners for using the platform that was clearly marketed to them. I did it as a reply. It wasn't even a retweet. Ah, that was my mistake. It was definitely in the replies. 157,000 views. That's the biggest tweet I've ever done. For sure. Damn right. Damn right, man. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Let me get more music playing. Sure, but should the platform actually steer them to it by default? Yes. Billing limit should be an opt-out, not an opt-in. And I think that's the biggest takeaway. Right? That's the biggest takeaway from any comment anyone's ever had in this thing. Like, yeah. Right? A billing limit should be opt-out. Not opt-in. It should be automatic. That's fine, Shreyas. Yeah. I don't use Vercel for this exact reason. Number one, most of the things I would put on Vercel, I plan on commercializing in some way. So yeah, that's against their TOS. I'd like to make money from projects I make. Have I done it yet? No. One of these days. We'll see. It's easy to be a dev. It's hard to be a businessman. It's even harder to do both at the same time. Yeah, personally, I would not use Vercel for anything. No, Biotechnic. I mean TOS for Vercel. Vercel's free tier is non-commercial. So if you plan on making anything from something you're releasing to Vercel, you need to actually pay for the pro tier, right? Their free tier is non-commercial. That's part of their TOS. It's part of their like main like picking a plant like UI. I've at least been in the industry long enough that I read the TOS for the stuff that matters. But again, if you're marketing towards beginners, they're not going to read that shit. So again, if your core target market are beginners, or at least people that are maybe beyond beginner, but not still like journeyman or whatever, like whatever word you want to lump above, they're somewhere in that gray area between experienced and non-experienced. Are you really going to blame them for using the thing that was absolutely marketed directly at them? That ain't right. It's on the platform at that point. And the reason I point this out is AWS would love to have beginners just build every single thing on AWS. You run into a billing problem, AWS will write off a $500 bill. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck. $500? They piss $500. Right? Bezos goes to take a leak. He's spending like $1 million on that piss. You know? Bezos pisses $1 million when he goes to the restroom. As far as his like time value of money goes. He doesn't give a fuck about your $500 overbilling. Okay? So that's like the main point. If you're using a proper platform, a $500 overbill, they'll just write that off. It's a tax write-off. Vercel should opt into the same damn thing. A $500 overbilling, writing that off immediately, reaching out to the person, contacting them immediately is in their best interest. Because the negative hit to their publicity from that person having to go public for that thing they did is worth way more than the, let's say, 1,000 devs that incur a $500 bill. That might be 500 grand to them, but the opportunity cost that they've lost is worth way more. And Amazon at least recognizes the opportunity cost. If they keep you as a customer, they can bill you for decades and make that money back. Vercel doesn't seem to understand that. Like, you have to go viral for Vercel to forgive a bill. That's a fucking problem. That is a problem. That is the thing I am judging Vercel by. It's bad business, dude. That's fine, Shreyas. I think you're missing the point I'm trying to make. This is not necessarily like what AWS could do better or what they've done worse. This is about how Vercel and AWS approach future business. If Vercel was properly thinking about the future rather than their current bottom line, they would be proactively forgiving $500 bills as much as humanly possible. And then working with those people, using support to help them optimize the thing that got them overbilled in the first place. It is such a low cost investment for them to do that. AWS doesn't even care. $500? Fuck it. Like, there doesn't need to be anyone higher level than an L1 support person to just say like, nah, that's good. Because AWS can write that shit off tax-wise. Vercel can do the absolute same thing, but they don't incentivize it for some reason. I think their business model does allow for that, but their leadership doesn't understand it. How much money do you think Vercel spends per year? How much do you think they could write off as losses against that spend? Their engineering cost in general could cover all of the losses they would incur from writing off $500 bills. Right? So again, this is an accounting problem that someone somewhere high up doesn't understand at Vercel. Someone somewhere up there, high up at Vercel, doesn't understand about marketing. When you lose someone as a customer, like Vercel, you've lost them forever. Someone at AWS recognizes the time value there. Here's the thing, AWS is probably still operating on VC money in some way at some point, but no, they're actually operating on other money now. And that's probably like why they're okay with it. So yeah. I'm not saying it's Guillermo and Lee Rob messing up. I'm saying it's the VCs behind Vercel that are actually fucking up because they don't recognize it. They're looking for short-term profit over long-term, like, health. That is definitely the problem when you raise $300 million or whatever their number is from VC money. VCs don't give a fuck about the 30-year game. They want to know what you can do for them in the next 5. Hopefully less. So yeah, venture capital, I'm not saying there's a problem with it, but there are certain venture capital investors that are problematic. For sure. Yeah. Shreyas, right? Venture capital versus private equity, the same problem, right? Short-term profit over long-term gain. It's why Google killed their domain business. Google should be big enough to not have to care about that. So I really want to wonder about the executive that made the decision to kill their domain business. That executive should not be working at Google. Because, yes, that executive from Google massively misunderstood the value they gained from offering something that is an essential service. I agree, Shreyas. Yeah, we talked about this earlier in stream before you got here. Whoever made that decision at Google doesn't understand the long-term value of being a trusted service. And I think most of Google's leadership doesn't recognize that value. You be the thing people can count on, and you launch all sorts of shit, and people will happily pay you money for it. I am never, ever gonna use GCP for anything significant because I don't trust them anymore. They're gonna let something like Google Domains not be a thing because it didn't give them the profit they wanted? How the fuck can I trust any single thing else they're gonna do? Hell no. No way in hell. Right? That domain business was probably so low cost and at least generating enough revenue to pay for itself, right? But it wasn't the exponential growth that some executive at Google decided wasn't enough. I have very little faith in Google leadership because they don't recognize long-term value at this point. So, Seb, thank you for saying that over on the YouTube. Appreciate that. They ask, what free tool would I recommend to do private/internal documentation. What are you documenting? If it's APIs, absolutely open API. It just depends on what they're trying to do, though, Shreyas. Like, offering a suggestion without understanding their problem is a bad suggestion at that point. You did. Don't try and walk it back. Just be chill, man. Like, you know. You did recommend some things. You left all 3 of them. Just because you put a question mark behind them doesn't mean shit. You didn't leave any caveat. You didn't qualify any of those recommendations for what should be used for what. So yeah, Sabrina Sab on the YouTube. What are they using for hosting? Is it all on GitHub? So Shreyas, I can only take what you say. I don't understand your intentions. Nobody does. Nobody can. Instead, frame your comments with the context that you think people are assuming, because we can't do that. Don't blame me for you not communicating the context for your statements. Take an extra 30 seconds and add the context. You know what? When you make a comment that has the context included, that comment can live on its own. It's not temporally based anymore. That's what I'm getting at, Shreyas. If you add the context to your comment, it lives on its own. Without the context, it's based upon whatever we're trying to say. Add the context and you're good, man. Just do a 30-second more effort towards it. So, Sabrina, what you're asking is, that's fine. If you're on GitHub, you can still document things in GitHub using all sorts of stuff. I would say Markdown that lives within the repo is probably the best place. So, who is the target of this documentation? I'm guessing developers, right? The README should link out to all this stuff. The README is your #1 source of truth for any developer coming after you on a GitHub repo. How to do that with a README and local files and other READMEs, etc. I don't know of a good framework for that. But I would say Markdown files linked from your README is probably the best place. It should look cute. So I get that. I still think get it into your READMEs first, possibly in a way that you can scrape and consume, and then maybe think of something pretty that can consume that stuff some way, but that's going to involve like hosting these things somewhere. Before you need to like solve the hosting problem, you need to solve the documentation problem first. So get things in an ugly way in the GitHub repo. Possibly its own separate GitHub repo that you can link out to. from like multiple projects, depending. But I think no, you need to be Git native with your docs. Because then changing it is a pull request that someone has to approve, right? See, I think maybe if you have multiple like Git repos that need to tie to a canonical Git repo, you just create a private Git repo and like you just do markdown linking between them. And then it's just links. Does it look as pretty as it could be? No. But is it prettier than just a text file? Yeah. Because GitHub's gonna apply like markdown parsing to it, right? I'd say that's your first step. Once you've solved that and it's usable, then you can think about making it look prettier, you know? But I don't think the pretty problem is actually your biggest problem. Instead, solve the way of having good documentation. Ooh, I don't know, Shreyas. You should probably watch it. It is mentioned, at least, spoiler alert. But I'd encourage you to watch the video. So, Sabrina said, Gitbook is fine. Mintlify is really cool too. I think Mintlify is a fantastic product. I don't know anything about it though. So I am not sure where like the boundaries of Mintlify actually live. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't know enough about Mintlify. So I can't possibly recommend it. If you think it could solve that problem, use that confidence and go with it. But I don't know. I don't know Mintlify. I don't know the problem it's like specifically trying to solve. To me, it seems more like a public-facing set of docs, not internal docs. You sue a lot. Are you a lawyer? If not, you might have problems. That's fine, Neff. I think a lot of this is way outside the scope. Like, dude, your AWS versus DigitalOcean versus Vercel or whatever, like, I don't know, like, how long is your delay right now? If it's more than 30 seconds, you should refresh. I disagree, Neff. But we are late enough in stream where, yeah. We got more work to do tomorrow. We got sidetracked enough. I think the sidetracks were good. We got more stuff to do. Now we're good there, Shreyas. You can't stop me. Yeah, no idea still why this transition isn't working as we expect, but it's fine. We did some good work today, besides getting sidetracked by some people that are trying to tell me to get back to work as if they weren't the problem. That said, we chillin'. But it is almost 8 p.m. Like, dude, I've only got like 3 hours of being able to like talk out loud before my downstairs neighbors start complaining again. So let's go raid somebody. Who's streaming right now? Oh shit! Did EA Football, like, release already? Oh, we're definitely gonna go raid Typecraft. Fuck yeah, he raided us! Let's go raid him! Yeah, this is perfect. Oh, he's a great dude. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Typecraft. This is awesome. I'm actually looking forward to this. We haven't had a chance to raid him. And yeah, he's a good dude. Like, he raided us the other day. Like, so cool. Alright, so for everyone over on YouTube, and thank you, Binary Brainbow. I love that name. That's a really good one. Yeah, I've never heard of Writer's Side. Could be cool. Yeah, let's go chat with Typecraft, see what they're doing, you know. Oh, I like their terminal theme. Yeah, oh, they use Vim, by the way. But yeah, so, hold up, real quick. YouTube and Algora. No one Algora actually chatted, so I get it. That's fine. We'll see y'all again soon, but yeah, we're going to end the Algora and YouTube streams. Thank you, YouTube, for hanging out. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all the best. Thank you.